Alright, then where was I? We supposedly have an abstraction that should cover render pass. So we want to go down that route. I don't know though. Render pass is kind of like is that a bug? There's a bug on my desk. Can I grab you? Or drop you? And it's difficult. Making this really difficult. No more bug. It's not a spinning black triangle. The spinning black triangle has escaped confinement. The eternal divine fox has appeared. Hello, hello. Termite? No, it looks like one of those... I don't know, it looks like a little tiny beetle of some kind. You ever see those bugs that look kind of like ladybugs? Except they're orange. And they bite. They smell bad. I don't know what the hell those are called, but they're annoying as hell. I think it's like one of those, but smaller. Stream title is deep. Kind of deep. You know, I say that it's like something or other. It's connected somewhat to like events that I plan on. Things that have happened. I guess in this one particular case, I will tell you exactly how I came up with this title. A disclaimer though, I was somewhat distracted when I did. I was watching the, what's it called? The Hexadigital stream. Random shout out for the Hexadigital maybe? Hexadigital. console. And they were playing... What's it called? Not Hack Infection or something like that. And then I'm like thinking about what I'm doing on my stream. I'm like gonna do Vulcan stuff again probably. And I sort of want to do something related to maybe buffers? Buffers? Getting buffers from Wayland? We didn't do that, of course. Not at all. But that was what was on my mind. So Wayland has portals. Not that we would be doing that. And like the windows on the screen are kind of like little portals. So I'm like, well, that's not quite right. So I was thinking about things going through portals, and I'm like, wait, if it's a portal and we're going through it, does that mean it's a portal to another portal or a portal to a gate? But a portal is kind of a gate. Maybe that'd be too obvious. It's the portal to the gate of the something stares at the stream somewhere. The something of hidden forbidden keywords. Hidden memories. Everything comes back to the keywords. Everything comes back to the keywords. You know the keywords? The infamous keywords? That constantly scroll around. Yeah. Yeah, but no, but yeah, but no. Some of those keywords are actually related to like .hack. A little bit. Some of them aren't. I don't know how the hell that bug is still trying to move around. It's trying to survive them. It's kind of nonsense. Got the bug of bug. Anyways, where was my focus prior to snack time? Break time. Pipeline thing. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should commit all this stuff. Okay, we're not returning true. No returning true anymore. No commenting out the act of returning true. Can you add? rid of that. Two, one, let's jam. Hey, what? The hell did you come from? I swear, the number of times I just find random includes appearing at the top of my files. I don't know if I should be questioning my sanity. Okay, what did we do here? We did... Thing. We did... Thing. We did... Render pass. Render pass. As a service. No. Render pass. Structure. I guess that would sort of work. It's a bare minimum of a render pass abstraction. Okay, maybe it's not the bare minimum, but it's very minimalistic. It is so extremely, highly minimalistic. Like, I don't even... Like, I don't even know. So now what? Now what do I do? Now that we put that in there... What are you? Swap chain. Swap chain. Image format. Composite something or other. Some kind of composite something or other. Hmm. You know, I do kind of want this thing to be at least somewhat capable of maybe grabbing memory, possibly. Memory? No, that's not what we want. What are you? Plain index 2. Aren't you like plain index 0 or some silliness? I think so. 0. Will anyone put into, onto, on into the hub of the Git? I I don't know. We might eventually. Might eventually. I don't know why the hell anyone would want to read any of this. Why in the hell would anyone want to read this ridiculous code? Does things in very, very unusual ways. Display swap chain. Maybe this flag should be something else. What are we doing here? What am I even doing next? Could try building abstractions for these displays or something. I could like remove the render path. from all of the pipelines. I don't know, half the reason I don't know what I'm doing is because I took a break. But also, I didn't really have a huge plan for what to actually do next. I got like 3 or 4 different subtasks. And all of them are related to different aspects of the program. For instance, one idea is to just replace render path with dynamic rendering calls. If I finish the Fae, the whole reason I'm doing this is because I kind of want to avoid parsers and compilers right now. Myself louder? I don't get louder. I can make music quieter, but I don't really get louder. I am at about the limits of what is decent in terms of like relative volumes. Maybe everything else is just too loud. You ever think about that? Loudness war brr. We must compete with everything and everything, although I am fighting with Bad Apple a little bit. The whisper of the tirely. The tirely. The tirely. What do we want? Make shared. And make the shared. And whatever that thing was called. The rendering info. The extension. Beware the extension. Kind of hard to install the extension though. Some cases. I don't even think you can get it on like mobile. But for real, you should probably make sure that I am turned up an appropriate amount. Sure that the browser is turned up an appropriate amount. Like I don't think that a compressor will save you. Probably, maybe not. I don't know. What do I call this? Do I even need to call this something? the final render info. It's final. It is 100% final. Format. Swap of format. Why do we keep auto-completing this nonsense? Give me the thing that I asked for. I hear ya. You know, the abstraction here isn't actually all that different from how the rendering info worked. Yeah. You have the sleep here. Bye bye. Have a good sleep. Gonna have rendering. I almost feel like the render pass stuff should also probably maybe go into the what's it called? I don't remember what the what's it called is called. What's it called? The call thing that we have in the what's it called? We have the rendering passes. And we have setup for them. But then we also need, I don't know, maybe cleanup? I literally do not think that we clean up anything in this application. We just Control C and throw caution to the winds. Especially have like shut down. We do destroy render pass. Although really the program should catch Control C. You know, why don't we do that? Why don't we kind of just go in here and catch Control C? Let's see, what do we need for that? We need one of those signal handlers. I guess that would be from Is sig action or signal? I don't know which. Chooses one of three ways in which a receipt of a signal is to be subsequently handled. Sig action provides more comprehensive and reliable mechanism for controlling signals. New applications should use sig action instead of signal. So we give it a sig action, and then we have like a struct sig action. What to do? We have sig interrupt. And give it what to do. And then we'll give it another action, which is like what we did before. Additional set of signals to be blocked. I don't know if we want a bunch of additional signals to be blocked or not. What do we got? We got signal catching functions, signal catching function, or one of the macros. Sig kill and sig stop cannot be added to the signal mask. Of course, we got flags. There's always flags. There's always some kind of flags. Where are you? Where do you come from? You go here, maybe? Why are you complaining? Nested designators. Nested designators. So what now? Curious. Got a problem with C99 whatever? Brace elision for designated initializer. Don't even want to know what that's supposed to mean. Sync info is set. The signal fetching function shall be entered as signal number, signal info type, context. So I guess if we leave that clear, I could point it at some sort of function somewhere. So just be like running equals false. I don't want to call you, I want to stick you into the function. You know, if it's gonna be difficult, we'll just put it out here. Use signal set. Signal set. Empty set. I guess, maybe, probably. I don't know. Start function. function shall not return with interrupts. I guess I don't want it to interrupt, so yeah, restart? Maybe? Setcomp in the kernel should be renamed maxsec. I don't know much of anything about that. Very much unfamiliar with that. Very E. Let's see, can we tell this thing to like output something? Be like shutdown? Yeah, I think we might also want like reset handler. So that if you spam it, it doesn't get handled properly. We can kill the program. Might be a good idea. Constant expression cannot be evaluated. Cannot be narrowed to ins. See what? Can we add them? Do we really need to int cast both of these? That's weird. It's probably beyond weird. Alright, so if we do this, do you shut down? No, you crash. I don't think you're supposed to crash. I don't think it's supposed to crash. Could just be me, but I don't think it's supposed to crash. The variables naming? No, it's not really much of anything to do with that. It's that I don't really have a good reason to publish it. Like, why Why would I? Why would I want to go through all the trouble? Why would I go through all the trouble of trying to put it somewhere if you can't even use it? Or maybe you can use it. I don't know. I don't know why you'd want to, though. I mean, for crying out loud, it crashes. It just straight up crashes. It's crashy smashy. Why do we do that? I don't even have net. We kind of stopped in net. Segmentation fault. What are you, network thread again? Probably, maybe. Let's see. Oh, we're gonna build it in C. I don't know if this is like the right way of suspending threads. We're trying to stop threads. So aren't the threads suspended or whatever? Yeah, they're kind of suspended. For network. Gotta make sure network thread dies. Silly computers always like killing threads. Wait, you're not that one. This one. I definitely don't see very much advantage of like trying to take a C++ project and shovel it into C. So it's sort of like a downgrade in like type stability. I think it cleans itself up. Probably. Do we want to do running true? Or maybe false? I don't know. I should probably initialize to false. I don't think we initialize any of that. Oh, that one's new. Too many seg fault. Too many seg fault. Rebuilding the whole thing in C, though, that's just sort of... I don't know, it's kind of nonsense if you ask me. At that point, I'd wonder, why you not make your own engine? There's loads of better C++ engines out there. And there's loads of better engines written in C out there. Some of which actually exist. Some of which actually do stuff. Certainly don't need to mess with this obnoxious thing. sort of feel like this abstraction is kind of sort of not something that I need to spill out over here. Maybe, yeah, probably. These could all go inside of a function that does, you know, all this stuff. All in one concise little thing. Something, something, something. Repeating. Anyway, I'm gonna grab all of you. So again, we're running thread. Gonna terminate the thread. Thread terminate. Maybe I add my wait time. Yeah, yeah. Add precompiled C functions to other languages like C++, Zig, Python, Rust, something, etc. Well, I mean, C++ is literally just it literally supports C. You can just inline C, so that's sort of like a no-op there. Other languages, they're a little more involved. Just a little bit. Gotta write the C. Don't got enough of that C. See if we're not running, we can bail out early. That'd be great. This one, I guess, only gets a second. They are much more concise. You can almost tell what's going on. Almost. So yeah, assuming the crazy network thing doesn't crash the whole program, I would say that's that it works pretty decently. So far. So far, maybe kind of, sort of, almost promptly. Or maybe not, I don't know. Suddenly want to play Skyrim. I can't imagine why. Can't possibly imagine why. What would draw you to such a thing? Does this do anything? This does not do anything. This is empty. It's kind of empty. It's kind of sort of empty. What are you? Input system. Mill is asleep. A mill is asleep. The real question here is, do I want a part of the program to support like the Wayland? Or do we just want to be a standalone program? I think I'm leaning towards having both. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know how I would have both though. That's kind of eek. Part of me kind of wants to redo my like Wayland thing so that it's a server. I literally want to make it into a server instead of a client. That would be kind of interesting. So I don't think I followed the protocol very good here. Wait, do we have access? Can I actually instantiate one of these? I would guess that we don't, but that's kind of the kind of the way of it, I guess. The font. The font. We use lots of font. This typeface is called NVCode R. I don't remember exactly what size it is though. Some like really nasty implementation here. I did not do very good at making an interface for any of this. I'm like, it does the bare minimum. And not much more. Like if I want the pointer, I don't think we have. I don't think we even have pointer. I don't think we have pointer. Yeah. Now, what kind of features do they have here? Test of the engine. No, this is a test of like the Wayland client. It's a separate subsystem that can start up independently. And the objective, I guess, is to make this like an optional component that if it does start up, it should start up and then like actually initialize the engine instead of just starting up and being idle or whatever. Like this idle window. I feel like I'm missing an extension or I don't see it in here. We're looking for ZWP Linux DMA buffer 1. So this should show up in the global registry if it's supported. Where are you? ZWP something or other. WLR, Gamma Control, Output Manager, Idle Inhibit, Layer Shell, WM Base Tablet Manager, the Org KDE Win with Server Decoration Manager, the ZXDG Decoration Manager, ZWP Relative Pointer Manager, Pointer Constraints, Presentation Alpha Modifier, Output Modifier Manager, Output Power Manager, Input Method Manager, Text Input Manager, Foreign Top Level List, Session Lock DRM, Lease Device. Export DMA Buff Manager V1. Maybe that's what I want. Well, maybe. Screen copy, data control, security, viewport, pixel, something fractional tearing. Exporter, importer, exporter, importer, activation, cursor shape, virtual keyboard, virtual pointer, keyboard shortcuts, pointer gestures, transient seat, primary selection, output. So we got DRM leases. And we got export DMA buff manager. A protocol for low overhead screen content capturing. I don't want screen capturing. I'm not looking for screen capturing. I was expecting, I don't know, Linux DMA buffer or whatever. The fact that this doesn't exist would probably explain some things. A number of things. There's like CWP. And then you're not in here. I've been lied to. We can't get CWP from buffers on Sway? That sounds ridiculous. That sounds ridiculous. Okay, now I'm curious if other desktops are like that. Do I have like Cosmic still? How do we run you? Compositor. Guess you'd be Cosmic Composite. I don't remember this being totally blank. It's the Elgato. The Elgato. Okay, that's a little bit weird. Not supposed to do that. I don't think it's supposed to do that. I don't think it's supposed to, like, tear like that. What do you have? Compositor, subcompositor, data device, fractional scale, energy drink, delicious energy drink, shortcut inhibit, output, something, primary selection device manager, cosmic stuff, cursor shape manager, pointer constraints, pointer tablet, input text virtual alpha single idle layer WM import export cosmic extern relative DRM lease device EWP Linux DMA buffer v1. Why do you have DMA buffer v1 and why does Sway not have DMA buffer v1? Yeah. WL DRM. Linux DRM Sync Object Manager. Like, that wasn't there. That wasn't there. Some sort of Wayland compositor. Lots of these are different Wayland compositors. How do I get out of this one? How do I get out of Cosmic? Can you, kill that? I don't know, let's just kill Cosmic Compositor. Yeah, that will quit. Yep. Well, I found out what I wanted to know. That little experiment. Sort of. Do I have any other, like, compositors? I don't think I do. So what did we have? We had Sway, Cosmic, a Hyperland. The Hyperland wasn't installed. That was uninstalled at some point. Very, I don't know if I have any others. There's some like X11 stuff, but we're not doing X11. So back to Sway. Back to the Sway. Back to the future. Mesa Wayland DRM. There's no description in there. I can create buffers. Create planar buffer. Create a prime buffer. Kind of doesn't describe how any of that works. Not at all. Sway does not support that protocol. Cosmic does. Hyperland does. Kwin does. Mutter does. Neri, Weston, Lamb, WC, GameScope. Most of the compositors support this. Except for Sway. What the hell, Sway? EGL stream. I don't know what that's all about. Nobody supports that. Automotive grade Linux. Nope. Input method v2. Nope. Or a shell. It's a lot of letters. It's a lot of words. I don't think we need that either. Rust. It's not written in Rust. No, Wayland's is written in XML. And C. I wonder how many people would cringe at something being written in XML. I mean, it's not entirely untrue. If you go to this file, the source code for it is XML. Because it's a protocol. Function signatures. Yeah, I have no idea. They look like pretty much any kind of postfix operator. But it's not really Rust because this isn't a Rust data type. It's a Wayland data type. Like, honestly, this kind of syntax is it's kind of the same in a lot of different languages. It resembles a bunch of different things, really. But at the same time, it doesn't really resemble anything in particular. Error? What the error? Great mess. Everybody's supposed to support DMA buffer. Some are version 4, some of you are version 5. I got this structure name as V1 on it, but it's version 5. macros. No, the green things are events. These like pink ones are requests, and the green ones are events. And the yellow ones are like enums. The blue ones are interfaces. I think looking at this is kind of not very resourceful for me. And not at all. Not at all. Reattach. We could probably reattach. So now that I went on a little exploration, yeah, we're gonna turn that off. I'm gonna stop making that do that, and then I think we're gonna try looking in the dev directory. So we got input. And inside input, we have these event objects. Can you flip-flop? No, it doesn't want to flip-flop. I'll just make it bigger. So we got mice, and we got mouse 0, and we got a pile of event things. One of these is keyboard. I'm pretty sure. Maybe at least 3 of them are keyboards. I don't know though. see, Event 2 is a keyboard. Event 4 is maybe a keyboard. Some sort of interface or some such. Apparently one of my USB cameras is a keyboard. Or some sort of input device that's not an input device. Not at all. Bunch of USBs? USB? USB. As opposed to a US Hornet. PC speaker event is apparently an object in here. Input device. What was event 0? Input 0. Name? What are you? Power button. So many devices. Power button, mouse, HDMI DisplayPort PCMs, one other power button, all the HD audio devices, keypad, Xbox pad, generic Das Keyboard, USB live camera, Das Keyboard, PC speaker, EPC WMI hotkeys, mouse keyboard, because the mouse is keyboard. I'm a little bit curious if, like, any of the inputs from these event devices are kind of useful or not. USB radio receiver. When we talk about USB radio receivers, I don't have any radios. There's no radios. All my stuff is wired. We got wires. So many wires. I guess what I'm curious about here is which one is the keyboard? Which device input is the keyboard? Echo. Okay. Count. Okay. And then we subshell you. Keyboard. Keyboard is input 2. Very useful. I have like I have like keybinds on here. I don't think we do. Very what can I use? One of my devices that's not. Oh wait, I have another keyboard plugged in. What am I talking about? Input 2. Is event 2 use input 2? Subsystem. Class input. Maybe not subsystem. Event 2 device. Input 2. Okay. So that's easy, I guess. Maybe. Input 2. Numlock. Brightness? Would there be brightness? Maximum brightness. 1. Trigger? If we echo 1, does this set the brightness? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Mission denied. Okay, what if we like a root permissions you? Does this set the thing? It turned on the numlock. It turned on the numlock and light. It didn't turn on the numlock itself. It just turned on the light. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Why is that funny? Input 2. Can we... No, event 2. Read from event 2? I cannot read from event 2. This is not allowed. Wait, then how do the compositors read from the event things? In sway. Maybe it's just because I'm using it. If we aren't running a compositor, can I use the input devices? Oh, the things we do for science? Cat. Dev. Input. Event 2. Permission denied. How the hell do the compositors do it then? I am perplexed. I am maximum perplexed. Something has to be accessing these. I'm guessing. But he needs a compositor. Compositor is a myth. Or you can have the not a compositor compositor. It's totally not a compositor. Totally. Maybe I should be looking for things with the device IDs or some such. Not a compositor. It's not a compositor. It's an application that runs just directly. Just directly uses the display devices. This is the only way to interact with my engine, by the way. You have to run it on the screen without anything on it. Alright, so input 2, you are device 1366. LSOF, grep, all the character devices. 1366. And it's not in there. All right. 1366. I think that's right. $95.0. 95.0. Really, this file opens up tons of things. Now let's kill the totally not a compositor. Back to Slay. And then we want I'm gonna look for LSOF. I'm gonna grab for 1366. Just the May Saga. Yeah. That's still not in there. What is accessing the keyboard then? How do I keyboard? I don't know how to keyboard. Dev info. Very, I don't know if that's entirely the right way around. That would require there be like an open file. And like, none of these files are open. None of the event things are open at all. So I'm like, are there different event devices? Am I crazy? I was looking for this one in the open files list because I would expect something to be using it. And this is not the case. It's not at all the case. So there's we have to get input from somewhere. And if not from these, then somewhere else. Somewhere else? Somehow? Else? What if we look for Sway? What does Sway have open? What does Sway have open? Yeah, proc. proc stuff. Sway background, sway bar. Okay, what about sway? What is sway running? Bash is running sway. And sway is running another copy of sway. Very, Yeah, this was like process IDs. That would be great. Right, 2979541. Process IDs are out of control sometimes. Okay, that's not helpful. That's kind of not helpful at all. Got the XDG desktop portal. I don't know if that would be the, I don't think that's the source, though. But then again, I have no clue. Where's my Firefox when I need it? I have no idea how to make this thing grab input. I'm actually quite confuzzled by this. Maybe the internet will tell me, though. Linux input. A little bright. We want the user space API. U input? Emulate input devices from user space. As fun as that would be, I think that is not what I want. Force feedback. Happy Nora is a kitty cat. And you meow 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 and you dance, 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 dance. Kind of ghosty. Kind of ghosty. Evie Dove. See event interface. Well, something has to have these open. Spaceship? It's not stuck there. It's not stuck there. We put it there. The one that doesn't move at all, that one's mine. I'm responsible for this nonsense. I told it to stop moving. It stopped moving. Except it didn't stop moving. It's still moving. Very, 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 very slowly. If you were to like check a VOD for instance, and find the triangle that doesn't move, and then you would like skip forward by an amount of time, you'll see that it's in a different place. There's actually two of them. Aren't there? Yeah, I think there's this one over here and there's one over here. This one over here, that one's mine. And that one, I don't know, put that one there. Oh, wait. I have a thing for this. We have a root shell over here. The slowly? Little triangular spaceships that I talk about occasionally. There's like one in the middle of the screen, which if I don't have anything in the way, you can sort of see. Right around there. Right around there. If I find VOD video for the stream, and then we go backwards. Keep an eye on the triangle in the middle. Scrub backwards. It was further over. So as we skip forward in the stream, it's been migrating to the right. Kind of decently fast or slowly, I don't know. Let's see, when did the cyan one get there? Right about, was it here? Stops moving, and then it points up. And then it stops. Slowly. More or less. And now you know. And now it's going to join the other one in the Great Migration across the sky. I guess. Every 100 years, a little bird comes and sharpens its beak on the Diamond Mountain. And when the entire mountain is chiseled away, the first second of eternity will have passed. Maybe. Probably. Maybe. Probably. Anyways, let's see if I can't LSOF and find, what's it, 1366? We got Sway. Got System D-L something. Login, maybe? So Sway is reading the input event devices somehow. Somehow. I'm not exactly sure how. But maybe. You're not like set UID or anything. It'd be weird if it was. Be very weird if it was. How to open the input devices then? That's the real question here. These are all owned by root and plug device. So something opens these. Something opens these. Let's see. You are 979538. Is there a way to like show the PIDs? There's maybe a couple of processes here. Two 997,538. And also the sub process. 2997541 also had these open. So what does it do then? Does it like fork a process? Fork some sort of sub process that opens the input devices and then sends them back to the the the, the root, the original process, like that would open the input things, right? Yeah, maybe. Kind of weird if it did that. Does it just moves very, very slowly while Misaka yaps about nonsense. about process. I'm like, how did they do any of this? It's the ghost magic. Hello, hello, hi, welcome. Never mentioned that's a lot of Clang D. Sort of a lot of Clang D. I wonder if, like, I don't know, libevdev, for instance, has some way of opening the thing, the event nodes. Git repository. Influx of spam. Can we like darkness? API documentation. Very bright API documentation. Signal safety. libevdev does not handle the file descriptors directly. It merely uses the caller is responsible for opening the file descriptors, setting them to non-block, and handling permissions. A caller should drain any events pending on the file descriptor before passing it to evdev. I've been using libinput. Libinput? Maybe libinput has what I need. project. Of the bad apple. Good versions of the bad apples. A pretty good version. I mean, if we're in the orchestral bad apple, does this mean I've run into the part of the playlist that's... No. I guess I just like this one, so I had it in here multiple times. Chances are it shows up again later. Lib input. A library that provides a full stack for input for display servers and other applications to handle input by the something or other. Provides device detection, event handling, abstraction to minimize the amount of custom code the user of lib input needs to provide, the common set of functionality that users expect. Event processing includes scaling of touch coordinate, generating relative pointer events, pointer acceleration, etc. What are the features of lib input? Switches. What is lib input? Lib input is not a project to support experimental devices. Lib input is not a box of Legos. It does not provide the pieces to assemble a selection of features. Many features can be disabled through configuration options. It's used as an input stack by the compositor. Lib input is not a requirement for Wayland or even a Wayland compositor. There are specialized compositors that do not need or want lib input. What Mesaka is not. What Mesaka is not. What Mesaka is and is not. Nobody even knows. Seats? Not found. What do you mean not found? We got mouse moving too fast, pointer acceleration, touchpad. Is it GPL licensed? No, it's MIT licensed. I configure my device on Wayland? Add configuration feature? Technically no, but your use case probably. Very E. Foobar spam egg. Don't spam the foobar egg. Send events. Within those build instructions. Dependencies. I don't think they tell me. Like whether or not. The API. Open restricted. Do I have to make something that like opens the event files myself? Is this like the thing? A UDELF backend? That looks freaky. Oh, it's kind of freaky. I'm not at all the right kind of contrast. DSL. Yeah, I know that one. Fun? Fun. I think we've reached perfection. I think fun is probably perfection. Lucky? I don't know, lucky. I think the Penguin operator clearly does not understand the concept of Route 1. Or has failed to pattern the pattern. The fact that you got to fun is like, I don't know, that's pretty epic. APIs are fun confirmed. Yeah. Open restricted. Open the device I have given path with the flags provided and return the file descriptor. Give a name to the operation. The operation? ROT1. Let's spell this. If I didn't mash the exclamation key. Short for like rotate 1. Have you ever heard of like rotate 13 or rot 13? This is a like more popular application of like letter ciphers where you just take every letter and then you like add like 13. However, as you might expect, eventually you're going to like run over like W or X or Z, or you'll go past Z or something. In the ROT algorithms, if you hit Z and you add a 1 after that point, you just loop around back to A. You modulus by all of the keys, all the letters. You just panic when you go past Z. Yes, this is excellent. ROT 13, you should just segfault if you go past Z. You just triple fault your computer if you go past Z. Just instantly reboot everything. Yeah, clearly. Or maybe not. Should have chosen your words better. You like crashing your computers. Topics. Visualization of input devices. Button state, keyboard state, pointer, something, state, axis, something, state, something. If they expect me to open the file descriptors by myself, then like, why the hell am I trying to use the library to do it? Sway compositor source code. input. Okay, where do you get input devices from? Calibration matrix set scroll button lock. The great thing about other compositors is you can just go in and read their source code. Here I am finding myself reading the source code again. Very eek. WLR backend lib input. That's probably where things are. I would think get type config. Device destroy. Sometimes I just like grab all the code and then like grep for it or something or some such nonsense like this. Just the colonoscopy again. Hello and welcome and good morning. Like they don't have open in here, do they? No, they don't. I don't have any of that. Got XKB file. That's not helpful. That's not helpful. Common. Include. Protocols. Sway tree. No. Sway neg. All the readmes in existence. WL roots, maybe? We have a thing in here. Which is the Kiram. Hello, hi, welcome. Sub-projects, no. Or maybe. RM display, XKB seat. I don't know about that. Backend. Lib input. Alright, what the hell do they do? WLR session open file. Well, where the hell is that? Back in session. Libseat. Open device. We're going deep here, apparently. Libseat. Where the hell do you come from? Include libseat. Very, optional. Is that optional, though? Is it optional, though? Browser engine is C, Zig, Rust, Golang, Golang, Crystal, Julia, Key engine. We'll make browser and key engine. Clearly. Right, you have thing? What are you? Implementation open device. Omega. Omega. I need to get up for another minute. I will be back in a few minutes. Yeah. Very Very but I have returned. Alright, so where was I looking next? Seat. Implementation. Open device. Login D? Bus call method. Session. Take device. Client open device. Slightly, Slightly highly invariantly, So this thing calls dbus. And dbus takes the device. And then what do we read here? What do we read here? A file descriptor. Original FD seems to be closed when the message is freed, so we just clone it. Uh-huh. Okay, So sway, for example, calls a WL roots function that calls a lib input function that calls a libseat function that calls to a libseat backend that calls a dbus message that tells like systemd to open a device. And that's where we get the file descriptor for it from. We get it from dbus, apparently. Who knew? Who knew? From scratch? From scratch? I don't know, I'd be tempted to like grab the thing from scratch. But I would kind of want to take this similar approach here where we ask login D for it, but at that point it's sort of just like, well, maybe I could use this libseat thing. I don't know if I want to or not. I mean, it seems okay enough. Switch session. I don't want to switch the session. Have some delicious moji bake. Been waiting 10 minutes for Google Drive to zip 5 files. Your connection has timed out. You're better off trying to retry. If it doesn't happen instantly, there's something has gone wrong. Clearly, we're living in the year 2007. Staring at it will win you no battles. You must poke it repeatedly until it gives it what you want. Why is this file's title Mojibake? Why is MPEG-3 such a terrible format? Use session path, session take, error, message, ew. I don't know, can I just like make a set UID binary that will just like open the files for me? Is that evil? Seems a little bit evil. Alright, how does dbus call method work? Oh wait, you're not going to be in here, you're going to be in one of these other files. System D? Or elogin D? I really want to look in there. Maybe. Maybe. A problem. "14 competing standards." Well, there's 15 competing standards. We're giving user shell developers more work. libseat aims to take supporting seat D less what they're currently implementing. It's done by taking care of all the seat management needs with multiple backends. Uh-huh. 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 Example? Does this, like, exist on my system? It does. So, in theory, I could... We could include that. We could include that and just have a nice... almost, sort of, solution to the problem, air quotes. The problem, TM. How do we use you? Open device. Close device. Close seat. Handle enable. Handle disable. So, if I, like, build this program, we just copy this. Wait, why am I trying to edit file? It'll be ridiculous. Explore, go up here. Go into, I guess, build. Paste all that. Hello and welcome to the Huskin G. And then we'll GCC. Let's see, library. What do they call this? Seat. Test. Output. Test seat. Dev. Input. What am I doing? We are actually taking a slight break from Vulkan stuff to investigate like the low-level input routines required for like desktop environments. So like if you have like a desktop, it will open your input devices and then it will like read from them. And make the own game. It's this is very much a work in progress. It's a 3D graphics engine. But I seem to be going in the direction of like turning it into like some sort of exotic like windowing system, some sort of desktop almost in its own right. So instead of running under a compositor or some such, I'm making some stuff as an experiment. See like how difficult it would be to make a like windowing system. A Wayland compositor. What do I want? I want event 2. Could not take control of session. Device or resources busy. Make a game engine. Easier to make a game with an already working engine. Because it is easier to make a game with an already working engine. If you want to make a game, I would actually highly recommend that you get an existing working game engine. Because that is far easier and probably far more capable than like trying to make your own engine. Obviously, it's a bit of a different tactic required, but like it's definitely recommended. Even some of my own projects include things that are like they're like games and they use existing game engines. Like this project, it's an engine, but it's not really meant to be a game. It's just sort of meant to be an engine. Because it's more interesting, in my opinion, to work on this project as an objective to make an engine rather than to make like an actual game. Because I don't think it's anywhere close to being functional as a game engine. I could be wrong about that, but I don't know. Want to make a game because there is no game. I quit that. It has what you are looking for. I mean, that might be very well true. But then you have to be looking for something extremely, very highly specific. There's a lot of games out there. Some of which I've never even seen. Let's see, can we disconnect this? Let's kill Sway again. And I want to run my test seat program. Event 2. File description. Okay, so that actually worked. If we don't have like Sway running, then this thing actually worked, and it actually gave me like legit input device file descriptor. Fun. We're gonna call that fun. I am gonna call that fun. Split my windows up here. Okay. Doesn't have a border and a dozen. Yeah. Much yeah. Alright, so this little program actually kind of worked. Kind of, sort of. Moreover, it's pretty easy to use, I think. Kind of. A little bit. Never mind the fact that we can't, like, test it at the same time. That's a little bit beside the point, though. Obviously, hijacking the event devices is a little bit eek. Gate of hidden memories. Gate of hidden memories. So the computer is full of memories, and they're kind of hidden from me. And we need to get at the hidden memories. This is actually kind of what we are doing right now, actually. So, like, we have all of these event devices, for example. On Linux, these are like device nodes. And normally you can't just go in and open these. If you try to like be like cat input device event 2, it will tell you mission denied. It is hidden from me. But if we go to a root shell and be like cat dev input event 2, we get a bunch of gibberish. A bunch of like input device gibberish. A bunch of lovely input device gibberish. Very, very useful, one would presume. So that's kind of what we want. We want the input device gibberish. Although I don't really know what format the device gibberish is in. Door event 0? Is dash keyboard? Isn't 0 isn't the keyboard. 0? 0? 0, if you remember my weird command from earlier. What is it? System... dev? What was it? Class. Class input? We got all these input devices and event devices. We want the event devices. So we're gonna echo thing and name of thing or some such. What's it? Input. The inputs, those have the names. So yeah, input 0, that's power button. Input 1 is the other power button. Input 2, DOS keyboard. Input 3, DOS keyboard consumer control. Input 4, DOS keyboard system control. We want scan. Oh, we have scan. We know scan. We know scan. We can't. We can't. Power button. Input device 0 is power button. Power button don't do anything. The power button don't do anything. How about input device 8? Event 0 name. Insist. The event devices don't have name. They don't have the name. Instead these have device. And device has a name. Because event 0 references input 0. Input 0 has the name of the device. Speaking of, what are you? Yeah, I guess you're the device ID or something. I think we want, what, XXD? And I think I want PostScript style. Input event 2. Keyboard go burr. Event 8. Mouse go burr. It's kind of hard to see what's going on there, though. Kind of, sort of. Go this way. Then it's like that. And if we scroll, it's kind of, sort of like that. Yeah, I don't know what format it's in, but like that's kind of sort of whatever. It's kind of sort of whatever. Now, what's an interesting device that's not a keyboard or mouse? I mean, I might say the power buttons, but those are power buttons. I don't want to click those. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about like what the audio devices do if you connect those. Do I have something to like poke at those with? Oh, that. Oh, here. Yes. Down my work. Yeah. Now we can shove this into the ports. Input 9. Gaming mouse keyboard. It's kind of not a very interesting device. This is like the... There's like a keypad on the side of my mouse. And it's responsible for... I don't know. Mouse hotkeys or whatever. But now, the one that I'm more curious about would probably be input 23. Just one of these outputs for the surround system or whatever. I don't know which one that is. Apparently we connect this. It does a thing. Connect, no connect. Connect, no connect. Connect, no connect. About line out 24. What are you, surround? That one. You are that one. CLFE? Where are you? Are you the remaining mystery connector? Kinda? 26 is the front headphone. That's like on top of the computer. Interesting. No doubt. So those are like audio ports. And if you plug things in, they send events. Alright, what about input event 6? If I press like the wake up key, you don't do anything. That's mildly disappointing. About event 0. Nope. About event 1. I don't know if the other keyboard is in here or not. Because there's like a system keyboard, but I think that's technically being used by the console as opposed to the input subsystem. It's probably not what we want. Yeah, we only got like WMI event and event speaker. I don't want any of those. So I can't read from a system keyboard. I can only read from like the USB keyboard or whatever. 28. This is like an analog device. Just gotta keep on keeping on. It actually provides a lot of output. Kind of a lot of output. Let's see, what else is there in here? I'm running out of things. Why are there like 2 copies of the mouse? Like, what is 10? They're not the mouse. Not the mouse keys. I don't know what that one is. Maybe there's some sort of, I don't know, maybe you're like some other kind of like HID type thing. Like maybe it's like a gamepad or something. It's simulating. Which was maybe interesting, I don't know. What about these cameras? Do these do anything? What about sys class input 32? Device? Oh, that's a bit of a different device. Slightly eek. Just slightly eek. So instead of staring at all the devices, maybe it would be more vaguely useful. If I actually tried to parse the data coming out of the devices. Knocking and non-blocking reads. You can also select devices. You will always get a whole number of input events on a read. The layout of an input event is a time val, a time, a short type, a short code, and an unsigned int value. I mean, it seems like a pretty simple protocol, in my opinion, probably. What do we need? Complete list of types of event codes is in include UAPI Linux input event codes. Just a few 10 hours. Just some hours later. Where's you? You would be in what? Linux? Where is this answer? Input event codes. Input event codes. Event types. Sin key rel apps misc LED sound rep power something status max count. Synchronization events. The keys and buttons. Everyone needs to press the Zen Kaku Hankaku button. Right? Right? Keys, buttons, more keys. Function buttons, numeric keys, something key. Relative axes. Absolute axes. There's the Richard skull. Wait, you're not an axis. Ellipse? Why are there ellipse? Switch events. The cover has been closed. The lid has been shut. Tablet mode has been acquired. A headphone has been inserted. The RF Kill Master switch has been enabled or disabled. We have been plugged into the dock. Front proximity sensor. Anime name. I mean, that's in the title of the song. This is from Aldenoa Zero. Rotate lock. Rotate has been locked or disabled. Azrael IO. Azrael IO is awake again and returned. Hello and welcome again. Oh, that's all the parameters. It's not too many things, I don't think. Unless there's like special outputs or some such, I don't know. Event codes. The events are not coded appropriately. Oh yeah. Much ay. So just force feedback, joystick support, something. To-do list for the day. I mean, the thing that I intended to do today, I think I technically got done. So I'm kind of content. This is all what we like to call bonus material. Ideas for the next stream, more likely than not. Because the main thing that I went and wanted to do today was to locate everything related to the Vulkan engine's use of render paths, and then put all of that into a structure, which we kind of did. We put all of that inside of some little abstraction. And then anything else after that was kind of just bonus something or other. I think that I actually got a little bit distracted with it. I think I was going to like refactor something else real quickly, which was in draw. Or was it in draw screen? Draw screen. Three updates. Drawing commands. That was draw commands. Draw commands. I'm a little bit tired from that refactoring, but that's why I was reading Linux documentation instead of actually like programming something. Let's see, I think it was render path. Yeah, we begin render path. But as far as a render path goes, I think my conclusion from earlier was that like I could switch from using render paths to the more dynamic begin rendering call or whatever. Like earlier up here, we have this thing called begin rendering, which kind of does the same thing. Basically tell it where we're going to draw, what our attachment is, how we're going to interact with the attachment, whether or not we're going to clear the attachment. The frame's depth image. I'm actually surprised we don't use a I don't know. We didn't use that for the other stage. It is a lot more to feed to the command buffer though, so like I don't know. I don't know if it's entirely worth the exchange or not. It might be though. Could potentially be. Very owl. So in the final pass, we have frame buffer. We'll kind of have to feed frame buffer. The structure. Maybe also access extent in some way. Is that present? And like the swap image thing. Not very good with my thoughts right now. So we have this thing called a swap chain. This has access to surface. And surface has access to like what are called the surface extents. This is how big the surface is. I'm surprised I did not copy the extents of the surface. But at the same time, I'm kind of not surprised. I'm kind of sort of not surprised. Ay, ay. Very, ay, ay. So where is render path? What do we got in here? We got subpaths, we got attachments. The attachment references. Clear commands. Oh, we want clear commands. We want render pass commands. Frame buffers. Frame buffers. Create frame buffer. Don't create frame buffer. I'm not looking for this thing. I'm looking for this thing. No, we want clear values. Clear value. You're just a value. I keep on keeping on. Just keep on keeping on. The array is indexed by attachment number. Only elements corresponding to cleared attachments are used. Attachment number. This is... That's like that list of attachment references or whatever. Yeah, the whatever, the or whatever kind of thing. Yeah. I don't know that I actually want to like clear any of these or not, but like we might. Let's see, what are you? Clear a value. Here, where are the thing of relevancy here? Color attachment. $10. Yeah, we maybe lock in a little bit here. Just a bit. Maybe just a bit. Is that clear color attachment? VK clear color value. Could have like just clear color attachment black. That's what most people want, right? Right? Alright, so we just delete the qualifiers, delete that, delete you, delete you. I had some breaks, it's fine. So what do we want? We got attachment size. And then if attachment clears, it's less than attachments, then we're going to resize you. To match. And the back here is going to equal this value. The attachments is empty for some reason. Then we complain about it or something. And we return. And yeah. We'll do that in here. Or no. Make this one call the other one. But with like empty values. Yeah. Then I'll have to write the same thing twice. Oh, also attachments. Back value here, we want, let's see here, load op equal attachment load op clear. Good morning to the Jade Sun. Hello, hi, welcome. I'm a bit curious if this will work properly or not, but I also have no clue. Let's see here. Render path. Maybe we tell it to begin as well. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. And what do we have to put for a begin path? Maybe a command buffer? Sounds like an idea. Sounds like a bit of an idea. Render pass begin info. Let's see here. Subpass content. Subpass content. The fox. The Stegosaurus 21. Hello, hello. Might need frame buffer. Might need to put frame buffer. Strategical typing. We've taken a couple of tactical breaks to read documentation. But otherwise, it's kind of going decently, I guess. Probably. Probably? Probably. I'm gonna go with probably. I'm gonna go with a definite maybe. Alright, you are info. The info. You could probably take the begin info and put the handle inside of it. More projective in 10 hours? I don't know. I get pretty lazy sometimes. I don't know. It's a toss-up. we do? Handle, render path. Yeah. Skip that one. Info render path. Info render path. Could get some of that Sawano. Hiroyuki. It's a good song. It's a good series of songs. Why addicted to Rift? Very eek. See, I need to put this value, this initializer, in the thing that initializes. Of course we would do that. Very, yeah. Info, you empty, or empty, you're gonna be null, we're gonna be null, we're gonna be zeros, we're gonna be null, song is a vibe. Set frame buffer. What do we need to do in here? We need frame buffer. And we need extent. What do they call this? Extent 2D. Extent 2D. The Luna request has returned. The Lotus has it out for me, apparently. Trying to get me 14 more hours. I don't even have coffee. How am I supposed to survive that? How the hell am I supposed to survive that? though. Let's see, clear value count. Clears size. Clear values. Clears data. This might complain about something, so we'll static cast it. Sure, it's nice and narrow. 144 more hours. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Just infuse myself with pure caffeine or something. A little bit eek, that is. Render pass. Yeah, technically I could give this thing the frame buffer and the extent as command parameters or some such. Could do that maybe. Could do that maybe. We're all maniacs. I don't think I'm that crazy. They're trying to get me to last forever and ever. Just eek. Continue to program while sleeping. I'll get right on that. I'm sure it will end well for me. Probably not, though, if I had to guess. Frame buffer. Render area. More breaks. Kind of breaks. What's it? Command. Swap image. Frame buffer. Device extend. VK sub pass contents inline. And I could just yeet all that. Not too bad. It's time for some railgun. A little bit of that railgun. The new function does all of that. But not in a particularly more comfortable format. Yet. Yet. Yet being the keyword. I mean, at least it does one thing for me. If I want to clear the attachment, it takes care of clearing the attachments and doing the setup for clearing the attachments. So, like, I got that going for me at least. I still need to figure out the proper settings for all of this nonsense. But what the actual settings for all of these parameters are is kind of that kind of varies. That kind of depends. So yeah, that's the render pass abstraction, I guess. Maybe. What does this frame buffer thingy do? Device extent. Frame buffer image view contains swap image view. Got render path. Why am I not caching device extent? Why am I not doing this? What do we got here? Swap image. Swap image reference. That's a good song. This is an awesome cover. It's a little short in length though. It's like a TV size cover. Could just give this thing the swap image. It's weird. It'd be weird though to give it a swap image. Gah. Cause then and then if I want a frame buffer that's not a swap image. Yeah, I should grab that stretch break out of the redemption queue from like 7 minutes ago, and we should do that. Maybe we should do that. Maybe, maybe. Or should I wait for the prism? Oh, it fell off. Okay, then we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna get up. We're gonna stretch for minutes. Some number of minutes. And then we will be back to stare at the session timer again. I think I've been sitting too long. One of my legs is kind of like, I don't know, it doesn't want to bend. It's stiff. What was going on in the other room? I think it's mainly like my left ankle doesn't really want to bend as much as the right one. It's peculiar. Very peculiar. Apparently, I have 3 different versions of this song, more or less clustered together. Who knew? I guess I'm a fan of putting the same song over and over. We didn't even get to the bad apples section yet.
Doo-doo-doo.
11 hours of Mesaka. 11 hours of fun, TM. Omega. Omega. Edison with the prime sum. E. E. Ay, ay. Used to sing in a room at 30°C. Sounds like an oof. Sounds kind of like an oof kind of room temperature. Maybe if it's like not too humid, it would be tolerable, but I don't know. I live in a very humid climate. Climate? Word? Why can I not word? So I think if it ever got that hot, I don't think I'd survive. I think the humidity would get me. I've returned. I have stretched. I must greet the emulize. Hello, hello, hi, welcome. Hello, hi, hello, welcome. And like we said, really a ton. I don't know. Did we agree? I don't know either earlier. I don't remember. But hello and welcome again. It'd be so easy to wrap stuff up in functions, and then your functions can be too extremely over functioning. That was the average temperature at night. Very oof. Very oof. Guess I am so used to the temperate, cold climate. I'll take cold over hot any day. Extent. Oh, I got a frame back. Take hot before cold. The cold just slows you down. Well, you're not supposed to get slowed down. You're not supposed to stop moving. It's cold. You gotta keep moving. Yum. Maybe not enough yum. Not enough yum. What am I using here? Image view, image layout. Depth off screen. Better than cleaning an industrial freezer. Remember to wear a hard hat. Very E. Hello again to the Ricardo Strikey. It's funny how there's like a rotation. It's like a rotation of people who come in and out. And it seems to pick up the pace. around this hour almost, or I don't know. Maybe around like 4 hours ago to now. Seems to be like an uptick. A very real and noticeable uptick. Some rotation is expected. But like, the weird thing is like the increase. Increase. That's the part that gets me. Could be Europe getting off work. Could be the North America region waking up. Could be, I don't know, that other region being nighttime. I don't know, most of Europe should be like afternoon or something by now. Be a weird time to get off of work. Maybe. Maybe it's not that weird. Maybe, I don't know. "5 p.m. in Sweden and Belgium?" I guess that'd be off work time then. Technically. Technically, kind of, sort of. Probably, perhaps. Spain? Is it really? Because Spain is further west. That's weird. That's weird. Maybe it's not that much further west, but it's west. Why are they like that? I know that like the European area is kind of small, but like Spain is like far enough west that it could be in its own time zone. And that's what gets me. That's what gets me. The daylight savings time literally doesn't save anything. Although it might save one thing. It might save you from having to come up with an excuse. When you sleep in too late due to daylight savings. Yeah. Why can I not pronounce words the right way? Why do I skew all my words? The Earth is not round, it's egg-like. I don't know if it's egg-like. It's like if you take a fruit, like a I don't know, an orange or some citrus fruit, and you squish it. It's bigger in the middle. Bigger around the middle. Kind of flattened around the poles. Something moon gravity, something tidal forces. Like squimsh. they screw the work when handling historical data from CSVs that don't indicate the savings time? It's kind of how the way it is. It's kind of the way of it. That's kind of how it goes. It's kind of sort of how it tends to go. Kind of eek. View and layout. Wait, if we only reference the frame buffers, then what is in this thing? Image views. Render pass. Are these analogous to like the attachment indices? They are exactly that. It is exactly that. Dimensions of the frame buffer. If the render pass uses multi-view, then layers must be 1 and each attachment requires a number of layers. It is greater than the maximum bit index set in the view mask in the subpasses in which it is used. I don't know what that means. But I'm not using multi-views, so I don't care. I don't have to worry about what that means. You create image lists. We're not doing that. Render pass that the frame buffer will be compatible with. Manage to maintain focus on a task for 12 hours. You know, I can assure you that we have sidestepped and went on so many tangents over the course of the 12 hours. It's not even funny. So it's not a particular task. There was a pretty big like exploration into like how the what is it? The input system works. So like how you know how compositors have mouse input and keyboard input? I mean, yeah, obviously, you might say. And you would normally you read them from these like event devices. But the event devices, these are owned by root, and the permissions are such that if you're not root, you cannot read from the event devices. So it turns out that there's like a library that calls another library, that calls another library, that calls another library, and that library talks to like system D over the D bus, and that is what gives you the file descriptor for the events, the event devices. If and only if you do not have like an active session. System D has the answer. There's multiple ways of doing it, but that's how a lot of Wayland compositors do it. They talk to System D, a third-party library called what's it called? libseat. It's GNU System D. System D is the operating system. Clearly. I mean, technically not, but like, there is an operating system that is largely based on System D. Like, way more than you would think. And that's kind of crazy to me. Emacs is competing for full control of the ecosystem? Like, for real. I don't know if there's an Emacs login manager. But if there was, then maybe. System D is so much more than an initialization system. Like, it's a very large project. The thing that most people are aware of is the System D component for, like, process management. Like the System D init or whatever. But there's more to it. There's, like, more components. Can we tab window float? Let's see here. Oh, there's so much stuff in here even. interfaces? Do I even want to look for system D nonsense? I'm gonna go with no. No, we can look at that later. Maybe some other time. For now, I just want to something frame buffer. Something frame buffer. I need slightly different music. Yeah. Oh, that will do me. Some good maybe? I never restarted Discord from earlier. Last time I killed the desktop. I just stop killing the desktop. I mean, we need to keep killing the desktop. I don't know. What was I doing? I don't remember. I seem to have forgotten. I seem to have misplaced my thoughts. They don't work anymore. I have misplaced all of my thoughts. Very E? Checked in between the cushions of the sofa. I don't know, do I have a sofa? I suppose there's a sofa in the other room, but I haven't looked in there. Ever? Maybe that's where all my thoughts went. There's no telling where they could have gone otherwise. Me telling brain sleep, maybe pretty close to that. It might be pretty close to that. If I lost the sofa in between the cushions of the other sofa. Yeah, the one slight little eek of an issue here. I'm gonna miss all those streams that I normally watch on Friday because I stayed up too late. My personal disappointment in myself is measurable by some metric. But I do not know what this metric is. Because when you render the full height of the thing, yeah, I don't know. This is going to take some planning, I think, to figure out what the hell I want to do with any of this. We did compactify it a little bit. So that's kind of, sort of, a thing. Kind of, probably, perhaps, sort of, perhaps, maybe, kind of, sort of, maybe. Let's go to main. I haven't poked main. Or no, let's grab a little test program and main. And we'll glue them together. We need libseat. I know we have that. Maybe we do. I have no idea. I want your status. I want symbols. Main. Very many This aux input thread proc. I don't want to delete. I want to copy. Listener. Can we put this in here? Enable seat, disable seat. I guess that's all that's in there. Okay, sure, yeah, sure, probably, maybe. Open seat fail? And we want log F. It's not quite the same, but it does kind of work similar enough. No the new line now. No the new line. Are you waiting for activation? Waiting for activation. I don't know why I would need that. But we could do if. Maybe? Shouldn't allow for spaceships with an infinitely small velocity. Why? Why? Then they can orbit slowly. Very slowly. Gravity. There's no gravity. There's no gravity in that universe. At least I don't think there's any gravity in that universe. I'm not part of their universe. I'm an omnipotent being that sits outside the universe, staring at all the little triangles, being like, this one moved quite a bit. That one didn't move enough. That one probably needs to move some more. False? Very false? None of false? Top quality song name right there. Clearly. You know? You know that hit song SCMXMDZ underscore ZRQJATODMLMW plus SV55LKG5 underscore CE EF0DA W27DU5S49Z TYNNPMDIMTSKORU. Oh yeah, that one. That one. That's the one. There's a link to it. You can follow the link if you don't believe me. I'm pretty sure it's actually a collection of songs that have been remixed in some way. But still. But still, it's sort of a thing. What do we do here? Close seat, close device. Open device. Close device. Chocolate. Chocolate break. I have no chocolate. I don't have any chocolate, do I? Searches room frantically for chocolate. Immediate disappointment detected. I have none. There might be a stash somewhere that I could raid, but like, I don't know if I want to go digging through the stashes for chocolate. Hot chocolate. I mean, that works. It's kind of like the best of two different worlds. You get chocolate and you get drink, hot drink. All in one convenient package. Get some of that crunch. The chocolate crunch is pretty good. I'm not putting it like that. I don't do my ifs like that. I do my ifs like this. Because reasons. False? I almost feel like I just neft all the ifs together. Nice and comfy and nested. Device. Let's see, I probably want multiple devices. Probably. Probably. But we don't have multiple devices. Do we? No, we don't. We only have the one. In this very simplistic example. Let's see, active. Device. equals -1. What the hell did I do the indentation function? Dent expression. Die, evil indent expression. I need to delete that. It doesn't work. It just caused me more grief than it's worth. If the Maisaka share chocolate. Chocolate is somewhat appreciated. Infinite loop. Infinite loop. Actually, I might just put this in here like so, and then let me do if. Alright, and then we need the device, and then we need the device and the file descriptor. Give those numbers. Open device. Give it some sort of file. Memory leaks? We have no memory leaks. There are no memory leaks here. What do I want? I want event. Oh, input. Event. Devent. Isn't the event you're looking for? We want. I think it was 8. I don't know. We're not really supposed to be hard coding these values, but you know, what are you gonna do? I don't want to implement an enumeration function yet. Save that for if this actually works or something. Enumeration would make this too easy. Or maybe it'd make it harder, I don't know. See, if device is still -1, that means we have failed. See, okay, false, active. I think it's active. Also gets cleared. Yeah, I suppose we could say continue. That would have the desired effect. More hydrate. More of the hydrate. To keep the Maisaka from turning into a prune. I Alright, now if we go to shut down, and we have... Is that libc? Okay. Want to run some of this stuff. And if device is not -1, you want to run this stuff. Encodings upon encodings upon encodings. Buried in encodings. Are we nonsense? Are we nonsensing the encodings? Right, we gotta hydrate. Because the ad break is the perfect time for hydration, right? Right. Something fun happening today. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Oops. Yeah. Ad break is the perfect time to just sort of like chill. I guess. Maybe. Probably. It's some kind of binary data and not actual readable text. It could just be a bunch of gibberish. Bunch of random gibberish has been conveniently base 64 encoded for your viewing pleasure. I mean, if you want a similar product, we can do, what's it called? Head. Give it C. We want to print the first 60 bytes of dev urandom. I'm going to pipe that to base 64. There you go. Your output may vary slightly. Just slightly. Really need to build the SDL3 from source. You might, or you might not. It kind of depends on your system. If you have something that's like bleeding edge, then there might be a package for SDL3. But I don't know because I've never looked into SDL3. it's never been like it's not exactly high on my priority list. Not by any means. Anyways, what do we want here? We want open device. Otherwise, what do we want? We want F CNCL file descriptor. Whatever that was, that's something F phenom block. And then we need to give it a value. The Vladu. I might keep that. SDLs in C++. Did we mention that this mix is like 23 minutes long? There's another 3.5 seconds? No, 3.5 minutes remaining. I give or take like 10 seconds. Anyways, if we set this to non-blocking mode, I should be able to read memory. The memory of the device using whatever the hell that thing was called. Struct input event. Hey, where do we keep struct input event? Include Linux input events codes? Or do we want input? Okay, you include input event codes. Input event. Yeah, we want input event. First string of the video title matches with a deleted YouTube video? YouTube video links are always like 10 characters long, I believe. So you'd have to group by clusters of like 10 characters or whatever. In here, there's some macros, delays, triggers, force feedback nonsense. input auxiliary something or other. Mystery solve? Question mark? It's still kind of short as far as YouTube links go. Kind of slightly. I don't think... I don't think the Wayback Machine solved it. Don't think that did it. Anyways, let's see. Let's read FD into input buffer or whatever. Size of input buffer. Now we just have to define the input buffer. Input event. This could be an array of them, right? Yeah, maybe, just maybe. The reason my leg was weird earlier. The reason my knee or my ankle didn't want to bend. 'Cause I keep like stretching it out weird. A little bit eek. See, if device is not -1, then FD should be like not -1, and that means we should be able to read it. Amount. Let's see, if you're less than 0... We'll close this. At 12 hours. The amount is greater than 0. We'll divide by what size of input buffer? And then we will something input event. debug. It's just a little bit of debug input. Is it input buffer n? We want type. I want reference to the input thing. The input buffer at n. Get type code value, and then we can just ignore time because nobody cares about time. Nobody cares about time. Time is irrelevant. Explanation of the title. This is a lot deeper than I would have thought to like ever look for any of this nonsense. Very E. Very E. Song requests. Song requests is an item that has been long on the to-do list. So we don't really have like... There's no automated song requests. If you want song requests, you have to suggest songs, and then I have to like do my shenanigans to put them in the playlists. But there's also the matter of like approval of songs. Which is a thing that I'll probably have to do. Maybe, probably, perhaps. Very eek. Anyways. This would supposedly let me access device and print input from device. I don't know if it will actually work or not because we don't have a seat. We don't have seat. So if this were to run, I'm pretty sure it would kind of sort of just explode on me or some such. Probably, maybe, perhaps. Probably, maybe, perhaps. Probably, something, maybe, perhaps. What do I want here? We want to rebuild this and then run it, I guess. And then it will link error because we didn't put that into the library list. Key right. Wait, why do we have conflicts? Never include, directly use signal.h. Not including it directly. Are you in here? Key. Very key. Cannot rename the macro. And there's not too many places where these exist. I'll just smush them. Maybe rename a few? Dozen? Can be what? Key act. That one might work. It's fun. It's fun. Sounds like the right kind of... That sounds about right. Sounds about right. Grab key. Deep search. Deep research. The only deep AI research here is like how to confuse an AI with unusual title. Must scour the entire deepest, darkest depths of the internet to locate the hidden memories. And what are you? Nothing important. Alright, so that should get rid of the warnings. Probably. And then we just have to go down to wherever the hell Linux is. Target link libraries. We want seat. That didn't link library. You did not link the library. Did you not locate the file? Do we have to look in like user include or user lib? No, nope, that didn't do it either. It is the Yuki of the Vici. Hello, hello, hi, welcome. It should just work. Why you not work? Why is it being difficult? Very eek. Do I just have to like shove an extern C around the entire thing? Is that one of these kind of deals? I think that might be the case. maybe we try that. That's usually a pretty good attempt thing, yeah? Where we go then? Main? Go up here, find you. Standard arc. We want X turn C. Everything in this file. Alright, so that did something. That actually did some... Oh, what's this all about? Great graphics pipelines. Blend state attachment count is 1, but color attachment count is 0 because the next chain was not included. A render pass is no handle. Color blend state is not dynamic. Or are we like not making render pass? Or did I like stop midway through a refactor again? I feel like that could be a thing. If ever there were a thing that could be a problem, that would probably be the thing. So none of these are getting created. Because why? Because the render path is null somehow? I guess? Because handle still exists. And is probably the thing that is causing problem. Yeah. Yeah, you ever run into one of those things where start writing something and and you don't finish writing it. You're just like, oh, let's just run this. Three, 5, 2, 7. I'll get rid of use one. Less errors, better. Gotta go. Take care. Maybe visit again. There's a very good chance that we aren't going to stream for 12 hours next time. Assuming there's a next time. It's always a next time, right? We did not render pass correctly. We did not clear the render pass correctly either. Alright, so we got initialization. Initialization kind of good. Okay, that's a little more sane. You must sleep. I must sleep. Must I now? Yes, this is maybe slightly important. Slightly? Just slightly. Cannot take control of session. Okay, I will not take control of session. Taking control of session is not possible. Cast go to bed? Key is a 3D engine. It is a 3D engine that I've written entirely from scratch. It's written in C++. It supports like Vulkan and OpenGL graphics backends, sort of, kind of, almost. It's got like networking, some sort of physics simulation of some sort. Mesh loader thing, because everybody needs to be able to load mesh. Any C? I mean, some of it looks a lot like C. Like, I think if I didn't use like the smart pointers all over the Vulkan code, you'd probably mistake it for C. I also use namespaces, sort of, kind of, but not a whole lot. But yeah, this right here, shared pointer, that's a C++ thing. It just keeps track of things, and then And then because so much of it is very C API like, it looks an awful lot like C. I don't know what to tell you. There's probably some way of like just straight up replacing the shared pointers with, I don't know, some sort of C ref count object, but then you have to put the like the release functions in there. It's just not as nice. Don't get that pretty arrow. Instead you get like some member function or member field arrow. C has the arrow, but it's not as, it wouldn't be as simple. It would be like chain and then like dot pointer or something and then arrow. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, but no, but yeah, but no. Well, it could be sort of made to work, maybe. Probably not. Probably not as well. Honestly, if there's one thing I'm sort of tempted to do, if anything, it would be to like experiment with like Rust FFI. Could make a bunch of Rust stuff, maybe, probably, perhaps, maybe, I don't know. Objects require lots of malloc. Maybe, to some extent. There's a lot of malloc. You gotta have more arrows. A lot of indirections. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in here. There's a lot of things in Vulkan that want you to have pointers to arrays of different things. And they handle all of those arrays as mostly just like their structures. There's just like some vector structure which allocates more memory for me. Allocates all the memories. There's like some attempt, however, to reduce the like allocation overhead. I won't say that it's perfect or anything, but like it's something. Custom windowing system. I mean, I'm sort of like taking the code here and trying to make custom windowing system, sort of. Speaking of, I kind of want to test mouse a little bit. So, let's yeet Firefox again. Toss Sway out the window. And then I'm gonna run this. Just distinct lack of debug output. That's mildly concerning. My input devices have been taken over. That's mildly concerning. I was using those. Why is it that all of the devices, all of them, I'm going to sig int process 3,353. I don't think that I don't think that it displayed anything. How do I get it to yeet all my... There we go. More rules. The triangles have spoken. I am not allowed to do my data into data? So I have like no idea if that worked because it didn't output anything like as soon as it started up. The TTY console stopped responding to inputs, so very I Ever so slightly. Just aux input thread. This should be FD. Device not equal -1. Close device. Close file descriptor. Clear FD. If FD is not -1, close it. Do close device. Why are the triangles speaking? Oh no. Very unknown. Unknown. Sleeping. What if I don't want a sleeping mat? What if I want to open slash dev input event 8? Oh, read write. Should this be like less than, greater than -1? Maybe. Anyways, if you are less than 0, then you are definitely error. Definitely error. But if it's for some reason greater than -1, then do this. I'm gonna be like input device opens directly. Directly. Now, of course, there's really only one way that that could potentially happen. So if you look at slash dev input, all the event devices are owned by this group called plug dev. So if I don't know, if root were just to come along and be like group Misaka key build exe, and we just put you in plug dev. And then we just add plus G. I don't think I did that right. Should have been G, right? UGOA. Very, I don't really notice anything there. About G plus X. Is that how we do it? No. G plus X. G? Nope. What's the stupid octal mode? What are you? 755. You can be 2755. Alright, now it's got the evil bit set. Run. Run. I don't think it ran. I don't think it ran. If we rebuild it though, it's probably gonna reset its intricate value. What are you actually no, it's open seat. Up here. You fail. Okay. If you fail, then can we try this? Permission denied on account of we lost our icky sticky bit. So we got our evil icky sticky bit, then can you open device? Input device open directly? This is some weird behavior. Moving it slowly doesn't seem like it has an effect. Moving it this way doesn't have an effect. Or maybe it does have an effect and we're just getting extra events. Maybe the regular desktop has events, but not enough of them. So if we move around really fast, for example, we get bonus events. That's why you should probably not have multiple input devices, all vying for the outputs. That probably is not healthy. Alright, input Input, you need to E. Input, you need to shell. Input needs to chill. This thing doesn't ever read like something. It's all a file. Everything is a file. In Linux, everything is a file. You're a file. I'm a file. Program is a file. Program is opening a file that talks to another file. It always has been a file. And it always will be a file. There's never an option where it's not a file. Except when it isn't a file. Which is rare. It's very rare. Okay, what happens if I start the program up from SSH? Then the console output has to go somewhere, right? Right. Frame allocate, frame, what's it called? Yeah, we get lots of input. And yet we kind of don't. It's still doing the same thing. Where not all my mouse input is getting read by the layer, the input layer. That's bizarre. Missing some input here. Why are we missing input? That doesn't seem right. It's because of millisleep. I think it would be millisleep. Be buffering. Hmm. How to word. It's not how to word. We got count. If count is less than 1, so maybe I should print this out anyway. Maybe like input amount bytes. The amount of bytes is input is not enough. So can I like select? Let's see, that. How'd you work? FD sat pointer. You have to be a pointer? You have to be a pointer. Now maybe if we select instead of randomly sleep. We got one FD null time val 0 seconds microseconds. I don't know, like 2 million microseconds. Okay, maybe that's too many. Key. Different key. Very different key. Wait, the time val is supposed to be a pointer. Yeah. And then we're not going to care about the actual inputs. That's kind of irrelevant. Are we online forever and ever and ever and ever and No, I think I need to give up. At some point, I think we just need to give up. Accept defeat. Because I'm always just like, never give up. Never surrender. That doesn't work so well. Never, ever, 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 ever. Misaka is Misaka, as always will be Misaka. Okay, now I'm not getting any inputs. No backend was able to open a seat? Oh, that's not right. That's not right. I guess we could do the Chamath thing again. That worked so well for me last time. Input 30 bytes. Okay, but why are you not displaying? Why are we not displaying value? Why are we not displaying? Wait a minute. I know why I'm not displaying value. It's because I'm tired. I know why I'm not value. It's because I'm tired. Like, for real. Like, for real. And when I'm tired, everything goes out the window. I don't want to divide by size of input buffer. I'm going to divide by size of struct input event. Get the number of input events in the buffer. How am I still live? Well, I took some breaks and then I forgot to click the stop button. Easy. Wait, that's not easy. The not so easy. Maybe it's not so easy. Make file. Let's bestow the blessings upon the file. Let's escape from sway. Let's run this again. Okay, now I get lots and lots and lots of event. Makes more sense. That makes way more sense. Yeah, it's the mouse is doing mouse things. You can't see it doing mouse things because the mouse things are just printing stuff to the terminal and yeah. But it is printing all the stuff to the terminal. So I would say that's a pretty big accomplishment. Input device doesn't do the non-blocking thing. That's kind of eek. What about starting it from the terminal? Do you support starting it from the terminal? Kind of. We can't stop it from the terminal. Kill all. Sig interrupt. My eyes. My eyes betray me. My eyes are an illusion. A nonsense illusion. Not to be trusted. Cannot be trusted. Just tell you anything. Very eek. I think I will turn off the evil bright lights. The lamp, the artificial sun. Very indeed. Yeah, I think we should probably, I should probably find the ND text. So we can actually end all of this nonsense. Yeah, it's only been 13 hours. A long rest. Stays up extra something. I should not be staying up extra something. I should not be staying up extra something. We cannot dream of the old camel. Oh, camel on a camel. What begins with camel? Hmm. 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 I don't know. Are my files saved? Yep, that's good. That's like the one thing. You gotta remember to save. And now that I've accomplished all of that nonsense and more, Control Alt Backspace. That's a good one. That's a good one. Maybe. Limbs? Limbs? Not the limbs? Right, yeah. Next stream will probably be on Saturday, according to the normal time. Unless I've made a fatal mistake. In which case it will be on Sunday at the not so normal time. We don't know. Staying up 13 hours sometimes has side effects. Or no, streaming for 13 hours. It's Saturday. I don't know, my little day of the week kanji says that it's Friday. Could not pull the sheep over my eye that easy. The kanji. I can't G right now. I think if it were actually Saturday, I would have to subject myself to extreme amounts of panic. Or some such. Anyways, yeah. I did things. Bye bye for now. Take care. Visit me again for extravagantly long streams, apparently. Take care. I know I will attempt to. And then if you're you like my streams, maybe visit me again. Maybe, probably, possibly. Or you can go around telling people about camels and writing "O camel" on your camels. That sounds like a great idea. Sounds like a great idea. Subjumate. I don't know. If you're gonna start giving people silly ideas like that, I might just have to like click the stop button or something like that. It's too late. We live here. Things have gone